You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Okay, go ahead, Jessica.
Good morning. Today is Monday, July 27, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Joining us today, we have ASL interpreters Tamara Gasalum and Dario Garcia. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by Pam Peroni.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, Judge, commissioners, leaders, and staff, and all within the sound of my voice. You are welcome to join me in prayer. Almighty God, on this beautiful new day morning, we are grateful for this body of county leaders who carry executive and legislative responsibilities while maintaining the county and overseeing the county budget. We, the citizens of El Paso County, join our hearts together to lift each of these dedicated people to you, recognizing the heavy responsibility they carry. Lord, when they are faced with challenges, let them seek you for direction. When clarity doesn't come, help them stand firm until it does. Let us receive the words of the Lord from Deuteronomy, and it shall be that if you earnestly obey my commandments, which I command you today, to love the Lord your God and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, then this is the wonderful promise. Then I will give you the rain for your land in its season, the early rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your grain, your new wine, and your oil, and I will send grass in your fields for your livestock, that you may eat and be filled. Lord, we see that if we love you and serve you, you will reward our obedience by providing what is necessary for each of us to be blessed and to care for and feed our families. You, Lord, know what the people of El Paso County need to live, to prosper, and to be blessed. Guide those who are making critical decisions that will affect all of us in the coming days. I pray you will give the wisdom of Solomon to each of our county leaders as they look to you and acknowledge you as their source of wisdom and knowledge. We rejoice that your word tells us, I will instruct you and teach you in the way which you should go. I will counsel you with my eye upon you. We open our hearts and our minds to receive your wise counsel now. In Jesus' name, amen, and so be it.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferroni. I'm always very grateful to have you join us. So thank you. And to everyone, welcome to Commissioners Court. On behalf of myself and the commissioners, we thank you for being here today. We continue on our virtual journey as we have. And, we'll be talking a lot later about some of the situations and some of the challenges. And hopefully there's some opportunities to clarify. I guess we have enough challenges than to have any misconceptions. So I know that Commissioners Court, and thanks to the commissioners, we do a lot of clarification and try to get the community to understand, what we believe to be correct versus a lot of the things that go out there. So much communication and so many situations out there. So we thank you for staying tuned. Especially to the sections where we focus on COVID-19, the challenges that we have, and all the difficult, things that come up. The hospital situation, what's happening there, and we'll try to get as many experts talking about these challenges. So thank you very much for being part of our process here and staying tuned to Commissioners Court. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Judge. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4P. For item 4H, we do have a correction to read in from the JPD department. Item 4H should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the First Amendment to the agreement between El Paso County on behalf of the El Paso County Juvenile Probation Department and Communities in School for the Texas Juvenile Justice Department Prevention and Intervention grants for the 2020 through 2021 biennium for the term beginning July 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2020 in an amount not to exceed $122,500. Funding is available in FY 2020 TJJD Prevention and Intervention Demonstration Grants S and FY 2020 TJGD Prevention and Intervention School Truancy Grant T. Contract number 2020-0608. Are there any items on the agenda that the court or public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution proclaiming August 3rd, 2020 as Day of Remembrance in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you, Jessica. Well, this is something, we typically read resolutions that we present, but I think this one obviously is in behalf of Commissioners Court and each one of the commissioners. Our August 3rd is coming up. That'll be on Monday, a week from today. We have a lot of, opportunities to help, and be part of this healing process. And so this is a resolution of something that we want to make sure that we move forward, but also that we don't forget what happened and the vulnerability that we live in and here in El Paso in our community. So this is a very heartfelt opportunity for me to read this resolution. Whereas the County of El Paso recognizes that the senseless and horrific attack on our community experienced on August 3rd, 2019 has forever altered and affected our community, and whereas the County of El Paso wishes to honor and celebrate the lives of those that were taken before their time, as well as all the community members affected in our borderland region indirectly, directly, and indirectly. Whereas the County of El Paso recognizes and is ready to engage in the healing and long-term recovery process that will, with our community, as a result of the attack. Whereas the county is well aware that El Paso is special because of the bonds we share and selflessness that exist in our region, we encourage our community members to participate in a day of service or act of kindness to fill our community with hope and love. Whereas the county wishes to overcome the hatred in our society that led to this despicable act and conversely play an active role in spreading goodwill and love unto others instead. And whereas the county acknowledges that each El Pasoan, Latino persons, and everyone who calls this community home and those beyond have the ability to act with kindness in a variety of ways, big and small, and whereas acts of kindness not only bring joy intended and to the receiver, but also creates a ripple effect that spreads past a person or piece, bringing that are the best to our humanity. We know and recognize here in El Paso. Whereas on August 3rd, 2020, El Paso United Family Resiliency Center will honor the individuals tragically taken. Whereas the county encourages and hopes that our vast borderland community will come together to show kindness, strength, and resiliency on a day of great significance. Now therefore be it resolved by El Paso County Judge and County Commissioners that August 3rd shall be known as a day of remembrance for our community and hereby encourages acts of kindness by all persons to honor and remember the 23rd individuals who were our friends, families, extended families, and ultimately our neighbors. So, well, thank you for that, and it's a little hard to remember what happened to our community and all the changes. So,
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
aye.
Motion carries.
Jessica, Miguel, do we have someone that'll be speaking?
Ms. Lamore, if you want to unmute, go ahead.
Hi,
Christina,
this
thank
is
you.
Christina Lamore. Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners, for this resolution today. I'm actually out at Escalante Park getting ready for our Day of Remembrance and all the activities that are surrounding that. So I just encourage the entire community to get involved and to remember those and to commemorate the time that we have next week. Thank you so much to the county for the support, and thank you for everything that you do.
Christina, I just want to thank United Way and everything that you've done and all the things that are coming together. This is sort of a blessing that we have this opportunity on August the 2nd, the activities and all the individual opportunity for so many people to come together. One of the things that happened immediately after we had the August 3rd situation is that people were trying to find ways to be able to contribute. We've always said that there's no better therapy than the opportunity to give and to participate in some way. So we're hoping that in every possible way that this becomes a community symbol, the memorial, what we're trying to accomplish on August the 2nd and everything that we're doing, and eventually the opportunity to have a memorial that signifies and really allows us to express how we feel about what happened, and that we make it a remembrance that it's something that is in front of us. Not only this is what happened and that we got identified by that, but this is what we did in return. That is one day that's going to be extremely special for everyone to do some act of kindness, because we said that our community is a community that responds with love, with generosity, just the way we've done forever. I'm amazed at the number of people that come into El Paso and decide this is a great community, not by everything that they have, not by just a downtown or the missions or all these things, but the people that live in this community. I was talking to a reporter from I believe it was the Washington Post that came in to do an interviews and sort of, like their typical, what they do, they go in, there's an incident, a situation, they get involved and then they leave. And she was telling me how she felt she wanted to be in this community and that other reporters had made this community their home, either here or in Juarez. And so this really signifies who we are as a community. So I encourage that we continue to act with kindness, with joy, with this sort of celebration of life, knowing and always keeping at center stage each one of the victims that died, but not only the victims that died, but the ones that were injured, and not only the ones that were injured, but the ones that were there and the families that were related to them that had this experience. And I think this is an opportunity for everyone, whether you just got a little sting because you knew of someone or just because you're from El Paso, to someone who was actually involved on that day. And I think this will link us together to know that everyone in El Paso was in fact, hurt in some way or other by this tragedy. And so I thank everyone. Commissioners, thank you very much for the support. And you'll be seeing some of the generosity. We've already seen some incredible generosity, but today, in one of the items, we'll see one more organization, one more individual stepping up and feeling for El Paso, even though not being from El Paso, trying to help to make this an incredible situation. I also know that because of COVID-19, we are distracted by doing what we really want to do and all the activities that we'd like to have. And so it's been very difficult to be able to do right, to do justice to this situation. So I'm very encouraged that people will take into consideration that we are limited. We're trying our best. We're going to do the best for social distancing. We're going to do the best that we can. There's so many people that would love to be part of it, that we're not going to be part of it. We're going to be streaming live, but I know so many people would love to have been there. And then afterwards, we're going to have an opening to the public right after our services and our ceremony at around 8:30. And that's where we want the entire community to be involved. And it's not just on Sunday, but we're going to do the same on Monday. So I thank everyone in the community really for understanding our situation, but also that we didn't allow COVID. And also, we're not going to be identified, just like we weren't identified by that shooter. We're not going to be identified by COVID. You know, one comes in with a weapon, another one comes, the other one's a virus, but they're an attack on our community, and we'll respond accordingly. I know, and I'm very encouraged just by seeing the community, how they've been able to respond to that. So once again, I thank you. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for not allowing hatred to be part of our community and to allow anything but kindness going forward. El Paso has a tremendous future, and not in spite, but despite the fact that we were attacked as a community and that we're going to have a beautiful future. Things keep going forward. When you come to Commissioner's Court, you see the activities, we see the things that are taking place, the memorial and all these other things that are happening to show the rest of the world that this is the best way to address a difficult situation. So thank you very much, Commissioners. On a personal note, each one of you, thank you for your participation at each one of your precincts to communicate this beautiful event that's going to take place on August the 2nd and the 3rd. Thank you.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution supporting passage of a bill to be filed by Congresswoman Veronica Escobar to designate the El Paso County Community Healing Garden at Azcarate Park a national memorial.
Before I read the resolution, Susie, are you on the call?
I am.
Susie, would you mind, because that'll sort of put it in reference to the resolution, so I would love for you to read Congresswoman Escobar's letter to us.
Absolutely, I'd be glad to. I'm sorry Congresswoman Escobar couldn't join this morning. I'm Susie Bird, I'm her district director, and I'll read this letter on her behalf. Thank you for building the County of El Paso Community Healing Garden to honor the victims and the survivors of the August 3rd domestic terrorism attack. The Healing Garden will be a source of peace and comfort to the families of the victims, the survivors, and the community, and a way to make sure that we never forget the beautiful lives that were taken from us that day. I want to make sure that our nation also honors our community and never forgets what happened in El Paso. In order to underscore the significance of this beautiful memorial and the history it commemorates, I'm introducing a bill to designate the site as the El Paso Community Healing Garden National Memorial next week. A resolution of support from the Commissioner's Court would demonstrate to my colleagues that our community stands behind this effort. Sincerely, Veronica Escobar.
Thank you very much, Susie. Not only Congresswoman Escobar, but you yourself very tied into a lot of our activities. I've seen you at most of them, and I thank you for that relationship. I did have a discussion with Congresswoman Escobar, and one of the things we talked a lot about the importance of this, but really one of the words that really rang out when she said that it'll dignify the memorial to a different level, and I think that's what really is encouraging and insightful from Congresswoman Escobar is trying to get this to be a national situation. One of the things I've always said that we shouldn't let, whether it's a relative or anyone that we know, should never die in vain. A person should never die in vain. We should learn from that person, and the best honor that they can give us are the changes that take place in us, the impact that death takes impact on us. I know that those 23 the 23 that died would love that something great would happen. And I don't think it should be at a local level or a regional level or a national level, but at a world level that shows that how can a community come together and come out even better and try to be for each one of them, for us to do something that says because of their death, we did some great things. I don't think that could be a better honor. I know for any one of us here, any one of us, we would be honored if our death represented a better world that made a difference. I think that would really be the dignifying their death. And so I think by having it at a national level would be amazing. So I wish Susie, you and Congresswoman Escobar the best in what to be able to accomplish that. And I hope that there is support. I know there'd be more than enough testimonials to say why we should have it registered as a national memorial. So once again, Susie, thank you for putting this in perspective. I'll try to do a little bit better on this one. I hope I did catch my breath a little bit better. So this is the resolution. Whereas El Paso County Commissioners Court approved the creation of an El Paso County Community Healing Garden to honor the lives of the 23 souls who were lost due to the senseless and horrific attack that the El Paso community experienced on August 3rd, 2019. Whereas the Healing Garden will serve as a quiet place for the community to reflect and heal from the tragic event that will consist of a memorial wall featuring the names of each August 3rd victim set amongst elements of nature and water and features. Whereas the Healing Garden will be made possible through funding by El Paso County, in addition to generously donated materials and financial contributions from the El Paso community. And whereas a groundbreaking ceremony for the Healing Garden, followed by an interfaith service and remembrance, will take place at Escárate Park on August 2nd, 2020. Whereas the United States Congresswoman Veronica Escobar intends to introduce legislation to designate the Healing Garden a national memorial. And whereas designating the Healing Garden a national memorial recognizes that August 3rd was a national tragedy, the sorrow of which shared by all Americans, and provides a permanent reminder that we must every day work to overcome hatred to our society. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and County Commissioners that El Paso County supports introduction and legislation in the United States Congress to designate the County of El Paso Community Healing Garden a national memorial, and further calls on Congress to pass and the President to sign such legislation into law. Signed this 22nd day of July 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
and Judge Samaniego.
Aye. Well, thank you very
Motion
much,
carries.
Susie. Like I said, the best of luck that we can move forward. And Commissioner Stout, if you want to add, you've been involved as well. If you want to add any comments or observations about not only this resolution, but just in general about what's going to be taking place next next Saturday.
Yeah, just,
I'm sorry,
you know,
you're saying
just wanna-
Saturday, Sunday. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah. Thank you, Judge. Just want to echo your comments and say thank you to all of the folks that were involved. You know, at the Resilience Center, the work group or task force that was put together to work on this project. Just there are a lot of great people working on that, and you know, it's great that we're going to be able to come together as a community and remember what happened and continue to move towards healing. And I know it's been difficult because of the situation that we're in right now with COVID, but I think everybody has really done a great job. And so thank you to all, and of course thank you to Congresswoman Escobar for taking this to the Capitol and looking to make this memorial something even stronger and more significant. So appreciate everything.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Commissioners, any comments? I know we all have a lot of passion for making sure we have, you know, the best possible under certain conditions. But if not, I know that each one of you is very engaged and supportive of moving forward. Jessica, I have item number 16. If I need to sort of program it, it'll be David McIntyre. Will be on the call, and we're scheduling him for 10:30. And so if we could somehow work out getting back to item number 16 around 10:30.
Okay, yes, sir. Item number
Okay,
6 is
Let's
public comment. At this time, we do not have anybody signed up for public comment. There will be no action for item number 6. Okay. Item number 7, County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Betsy?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. On the line, I believe we have Chief Rodriguez, and I believe Dr. Ocaranza is also available. Chief, are you both available?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I believe Dr. O is also going to be joining us.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and get started, Chief?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to, again, provide you an update on the integrated response from the Department of Public Health and Office of Emergency Management on this Monday. So just a quick overview of operational overview. We continue to work closely with nursing homes and assisted living facilities to ensure that their populations are protected. As part of our cluster management team and education task force have been a conduit to provide the necessary education, infection control, technical assistance, as well as improvement plans to ensure that those facilities are safe. We've been working very closely with them since March. All of our education task force went out to all of these facilities and provided education. They assessed them for PPE needs. If there were any gaps there, those were provided. Signage, things of that nature. And then our cluster management team was developed to address clusters within those facilities. And we work very closely with them on a daily basis, meet with a group of all of the nursing homes and assisted living centers once a week. And we have personnel deployed as part of that cluster management team to provide testing of their residents. Excuse me. Our compliance task force continues to provide the necessary warnings and citations and various inspections to the business community to ensure that they are following the orders passed by the county judge, the mayor, and the health authority. On testing, confirmation that we will have the Texas military, the new contractor by the state by the name of Fahanu. We are scheduled all the way till August the 8th. So we will continue with the existing sites. We have the 2 new mega sites at the Socorro Independent School District Student Activity Center, the SAC, that will be ongoing. That is available from 9 to 4 every single day. I want to make note that the wait times have reduced dramatically. The best time to go to these is usually in the afternoon. There's plenty of capacity. They will be open till 4 o'clock each day. They're not going to run out of tests, so that there's no worry there. People don't have to line up so early in the morning to ensure that they get their test done. If they go anytime during the day, they will get tested, and the wait times have dramatically decreased. So that goes for the mega site at the SAC, and the same applies to the Valle Verde campus mega site that we've established with El Paso Community College. Again, that one's open 7 days a week, 9 to 4. And again, appointment free, plenty of capacity there. Each side has a capacity for 1,000 per day. If we all can share that information, that wait times are dramatically decreased, and the best time to go is anytime in the afternoon. Also, our Tobin site, which is the walk-up, that one has a capacity of 500 per day. That one is going to be also operating from 9 to 4 every day of the week moving forward. So we have plenty of capacity through those 3 sites with the state. Our City of El Paso drive-through specimen collection site near the airport, that one continues to operate day in, day out. As of last week, we're right around 26,820 specimens collected since we've started. And it continues to be that mainstay. If people prefer making appointments, that one is appointment centric, so you can make an appointment there. We've been working on setting up a call center that's already up and operating. So you can call in. You'll wait a few minutes, and then someone will pick up and answer your line to make an appointment. So that one is by appointment, and that one operates from 7 to 5 every Monday through Saturday. We continue to provide isolation and quarantine support for our first responders, general population, and vulnerable populations through our hotel program. We currently have 8 individuals that are actively being provided isolation and quarantine in those facilities, and we've done 212 individuals since we've started. Our EOC logistics continues working closely with our first responder and public safety community, and also in partnership with Border Rack. We continue to provide personal protective equipment for first responders, healthcare workers, and also some of the nonprofits that are forward-facing, working with the community. At this point, we've have a good cache of PPE. We've done projections and have been ordering and having an ample supply of PPE going forward for the next several months. So if there's any needs there, please feel free to reach out to EOC Logistics at elpasotexas.gov, Texas spelled out. And that is my operational update. Unless anybody has any questions for me, I will hand it over to Dr. Ocoranza if he is ready.
Chief Rodriguez, there's no denying that there's been glitches. It's been hard on our community, long lines, but I also know that there's no guarantee that they won't continue. But I also know that it's been amazing the intensity that you, in this particular situation, you and OEM and D'Agostino, trying to make the adjustments of having, different groups pulling out and having to try to get more sites. And I think it's such a complex situation, and I just don't want to let it go as just focusing on some of the things that went wrong during the week, and adjusting to some of the sites being removed and so forth. So I do want the community to understand that we're very extremely sensitive to what they have to go through. Stories of 8 hours and then getting at the end of 8 hours not getting the testing completed and taking it to the next day, and but just the intensity that everybody placed with public health and Angela Mora and everybody else trying to make the adjustment. It's not an easy task. So I do want to thank you for that continued interest in trying to address every glitch that happens, taking the feedback in a very positive way, and making those adjustments. And so whoever, besides yourself, Chief Rodriguez, and everybody else that works constantly on trying to address those glitches, we do thank you for that sometimes thankless initiatives that take place. So keep up the great work, Chief Rodriguez. Dr. Ocaranza, are you available?
Chief, before we go to Dr. Ocaranza, Judge, Chief, could you address, I know last week it was mentioned that there's some supply chain interruptions. Is there any light at the end of the tunnel on that you know of?
Yes, ma'am. So the supply issue is with one specific manufacturer. It's not having much of an impact with our local Department of Public Health lab. At this point, we are working with our other local private lab, and they are working with the manufacturer. It was a supply chain interruption that we hope will be remedied within the next week or so. But we're taking it a little more conservative, at least this week, to prioritize where the testing is going to be done, which between the Department of Public Health and that local lab has always been working closely with the nursing homes and our first responders and healthcare workers. So we're not seeing much of an interruption, at least with us, but it's also a national issue. So we hope within the next week or so it'll be resolved.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ocaranza, I believe our IT team is pulling up your slides.
Can I real
just
quickly,
1 second.
Chief Rodriguez? Just want to make a comment, is that we know that sometimes the information we get from others, like what's happening in Hidalgo of not having enough oxygen and not having enough PPE and ventilators and all that, and is that more of an anomaly? Because I keep saying that so many things have happened because we've anticipated. UMC working really hard at trying to figure out what to do before it happens. The sheriff department. So I think there's a lot of kudos to our community of acting quickly and anticipating. But is the Hidalgo situation an anomaly or something that we need to be prepared that might happen in El Paso of not having or breaking that supply chain to where it becomes critical here in El Paso? So just because, our community does look at other communities and it concerns them. And the question I always get is that what's going to happen in El Paso? And if that's not, why isn't that? So could you address that from that perspective, Chief Rodriguez?
Yes, sir. And that's something that I've touched on. And when we look at this response, is El Paso is always going to be about 2 weeks to 3 weeks behind these other jurisdictions, either on the West Coast or East, and even East Texas. That gives us a picture into the future of some of the impacts that we will be seeing. So a big part of OEM and Department of Public Health is preparedness, and a lot of our incident action planning that we've been doing for months has been in preparation for exactly where we are today. So we've been very proactive, looking at everything from fatality management to logistics and PPE and all those other items that can impact us here locally. So we've been very forward looking into issues, problems. So we've been working on those things for months. But we do look at everything closely. We have a very broad network of input from the hospital community. We work very closely with Border Rack. So any supply chain interruptions that we see, any indicators, any red flags, we're very quick to look at and add another objective if that's something that we need to start addressing. So a lot of it is preparation and being able to anticipate. And just like you mentioned before, when we see issues, we work very hard and very quickly to start addressing them. We saw that the current process with the drive-throughs wasn't working with that state contractor. Some things are beyond our control, but we do everything we can to influence and make better. So we worked very hard to adjust that. Took a new concept, went with the mega site concept to help address that. But back to your original question, we constantly are looking for what's the next issue, what's the next problem, so we can start preparing for it.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Very encouraging. Chief, Dr. Ocaranza.
Hi, good morning, Judge, Commissioners. It is a pleasure to be here with you and present an overview of what is happening with COVID-19 in our region, particularly in the county. And I have a few slides that is going to show you the picture in which we're going to be seeing the positive cases, we're going to be seeing the hospitalizations, and we're going to be seeing also the fatalities. They're all tied one with the other, and also it helps us continue to see what's going to be coming in front of us and continue preparing and responding to the pandemic. As we see in the first slide, we see an increase, but it was quite steep in the month of July, the way that we see the increase in cases. We were very concerned about this increase in cases because of the fact that we needed to do more education. We needed to engage the whole community in participating in those preventive measures, in wearing their mask, social distancing, and hygiene. Those three elements are very, very, very important. Those are the ones that are going to help us go through the pandemic the best way possible. There is no vaccine available yet, and the medication that is shown to be effective is for those cases that are very sick. Our physicians are working very diligently in the city to provide the best care possible to all those patients with COVID, but also the patients that need hospital care that doesn't have COVID. Next slide, please. If we see this graph shows the 7-day rolling average with the daily positive cases, in which we were peaking at 327 cases as average, but we will continue promoting the same message again so we can continue seeing a decrease in the average of cases. Hopefully we see that it stabilizes, but there's still many variables, and once we move a variable in this equation, everything can get out of control. So we cannot be complacent, and we need to continue exhorting everybody and emphasizing the importance about wearing the mask, about not gathering. Please do not do those parties at home, because it is important that they understand that that's going to give rise a faster spread of the disease. Next slide, please. On the 7-day rolling average per capita, we also see that we peaked at 37 cases per 100,000, is going down slightly, but this can rapidly change again. Next slide. On the forecasting, we can see that it's stabilizing, but it can go up. There's a wide range of what could happen if we see an increased cases, and that's what you can see, the fan that is quite broad at the base. And the recoveries also has increased, and the doubling rate was going down, but now it's going up again, which is a good indicator. Our infectivity rate started to going up, and now it's decreasing slightly. Next slide, please. On the average testing per 100,000, we continue to sustain a good number of tests per day in average, and the positivity rate on the 7-day rolling average still about 10, close to 11%. Hopefully, we continue with increased testing, and hopefully we see that the positive cases start going down, so we can see that the positivity rate starts dropping below 10%, which is one of the indicators that we see that it will be a positive. The next slide, please. On the next slide, we monitor the cumulative positivity rate by CDC week, in which we saw how it was sustainably increasing. But again, hopefully we can see in the next weeks that we'll see a decrease if everybody participates in the community. We need to tell our neighbors, we need to tell our relatives, all the loved ones that they want to gather, that they're tired about the quarantine. We do need to continue to make a big effort. We need to use our virtual ways of communicating. So this way we'll be ready for October, which is the flu season here in El Paso, because that one can be very, very, very hard hitting our community. Next slide, please. On our cluster report, we see how some of the positive cases have been in facilities that care for the elderly, correctional facilities, but basically it's affecting almost every branch area, almost every business. You're going to have positive cases. Next slide, please. But this following slide can show you also all the result cases in all those facilities and also the active cases, which gives also a slightly different picture of what is happening around many of the facilities that have been identified as having several cases. Next slide, please. The hospitalization rate continues to increase in a linear growth, and hopefully now we're going to be stabilizing as the amount of hospitalizations. Next slide, please. As we can see with a 7-day rolling average on the hospital admissions, that it peaked and now is stabilizing some, but we will continue to monitor the situation. Next slide, please. As we see an increase in admissions in the hospital, we see an increase in admissions to the ICU, and also therefore we're going to be seeing an increase in the use of the ventilators, and that's what the Chief Rodriguez was saying, that we plan for what could happen. We plan ahead, and we try to be ahead of the complications. So hopefully all what we see in the eastern part of the state is a lesson that we can learn from, and then we continue preparing for what could happen. What I'm very confident is in the response of the community again, and hopefully we as a community come together so we can be doing better in the way that we're going to be preventing the spread of the disease. Next slide, please. As we see the increase on the ventilators, once somebody's in a ventilator, there is a higher risk of these patients can pass away from the complications due to COVID. And also they're going to be spending a lot more days in the hospital. Next slide, please. This graph represents the hospitalizations by age range. We see that even though we have some hospitalizations in the pediatric population, the vast majority of the hospitalizations come in the older population. As the older population get into the hospital, as we can see on the right-hand side, the length of stay in the hospitalization increases, the same as in the ICU admissions. Unfortunately, when we see the length of stay in the ICU admissions in the older population, it may seem that it's very short, but one of the possibilities is that also they develop a lot more complications a lot faster. that can have a very negative effect on them. Next slide, please. On the mortality rate, continues to increase. We had 26 per 100,000, and the case fatality rate also was going down, but it's stabilizing given the fact that we're going to continue seeing fatalities due to COVID-19 here in our community. It is an expected, unfortunate event because as we see an increase in the positive cases, then we see an increase in hospitalizations, and unfortunately we see an increase in fatalities. That is what we're seeing on the case fatality rate, that even though we saw an increase in the cases, we saw an increase on the deaths, and is starting to climb up again. The doubling rate on the deaths has increased some, but probably it's going to be stabilized, or it might go down a little bit as the weeks go by. Next slide. This slide shows the picture that as we get older, there is a bigger chances that we're going to be dying from COVID-19. And as we have seen in our community, males are more predominant over females to die from COVID-19, which is something that in other communities might be. Even here in our community, there's more males than females dying from COVID. Next slide, please. On the underlying conditions at the time of death, we see the high blood pressure and diabetes are the biggest ones. And we need to continue also caring for those chronic conditions because we Hispanics are known to have a higher incidence of diabetes and high blood pressure than other minorities. So we need to control it. We need to make sure that they're going to their primary care provider so they can have enough medication, so they can continue controlling those chronic conditions, and don't wait until it's too late and they will require hospitalization due to complications from those chronic conditions. Many of the people are afraid of going to the primary care provider or the hospital because they're afraid they're going to be contracting the virus and infection. And in the contrary, many, if not all of the providers do extra precautions so they can keep their patients safe and they're not going to be infected at those places with the virus. Next slide, please. There's very little percentage of the population that have no conditions at the time of death, and most of the fatalities we see that they have some complications from pre-existing medical condition, not complications, but pre-existing medical conditions at the time of death. And with that, that is my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Carranza. And I think one of the things that has been discovered is that, what we need to do in our community to prevent that vulnerability, and obviously looking at why do we have all these higher indices of diabetes and health issues and that are a little out of proportion to other communities, and for us to address that as one of the underlying issues. If we address health, we're going to be doing a lot for future situations. Understanding the our flu and how it impacts us. I mean, we had never really looked at the connection between do we have more individuals that either die or become very seriously ill because they have underlying conditions. And so, I think we've uncovered, one more challenge, but one of those things that we have to do in our community is look at, what is it that we're doing for healthy food? We've got Commissioner Stout leading the way on that healthy food initiatives, and now we tie it in as to why. Why are we trying to do that? It's not just for the sake of healthiness, but it's a sake of prevention of the things that are affecting us here in our community. And I want to thank you, Dr. Carranza, because you have focused a lot on that vulnerability, and I'm sure that you'll be part of the strategies going forward, that we be reminded that one of the ways that we can be ready for the next virus is for our community to be healthier and then be addressing some of these issues. We also know that because of COVID, people don't want to go to the doctors and they don't want to go into the hospital, and there's been a delay I did hear Nico Tejada from Providence saying that there's a huge delay in treatment right now. And so the after effects of COVID can be very critical of the number of people not going to get themselves checked out and not going for their medications or because of fear of being in a doctor's office or being in a hospital. So, we uncover more. I mean, it's a little challenging, but we can't address a problem if we don't identify it. And I think we've identified that we're very vulnerable in this community. Do you mind, Dr. Carranza, sort of enhance or discuss some of that, some of the things that you've said? Because there's a lot of people, our county employees here, our telecasts here with Commissioners Court, and I think it's a great message that you've put forward that we need to look at addressing this vulnerability.
Yes, sir. And actually, thank you very much for giving me that opportunity, because this is extremely important that we understand. It is one issue that it seems simple, but it's extremely complex. Why we Hispanics have more diabetes, in part is because of genetics, but also in part of the social determinants of health. So what can we do to help on all those chronic issues that will help us have a healthier life and a longer life, and that it resides within all of us. I'm very happy that Commissioner staff has addressed some of the issues in regards to the food safety, but also the way that we eat. It doesn't mean that because we are used to Mexican food, we cannot eat healthy Mexican food. There's many ways that we are going to be able to consume a lot of healthy products that we can even produce at home, especially in the county areas where people are used to cultivate their own vegetables, where they can be as a family doing some other activities. Many people work in the fields where they can have access to fresher vegetables and products. That is also very helpful, but also community health workers are an extremely important part of the communities. Community health workers or promotoras are out there in the community helping their members of the community. And I know Dr. Mena and UT Houston School of Public Health has done a wonderful job for many, many, many years in recruiting those promotoras, in ensuring that they give that preventive message to all those neighborhoods and helping them work together toward a better good. One thing that we need to continue addressing is the delay in care, and it's either because if they don't have a medical insurance, because here in El Paso, one of the realities is that there is a very large percentage of the population that are uninsured. Yes, and that is a problem, because if you're uninsured, you're very concerned that if you go receive medical care, you're not going to be able to provide for the family, especially when you have multi-generational families and only one person works in the household. There are institutions like fairly qualified health centers, like the care that they provide from University Medical Center, where they do sliding scale. It is affordable to get the care that they need and the medications that they need. Many times people go to Juarez to buy the medications because they're a lot cheaper. In these centers, the medications also are very, very affordable, and we're able to control those chronic conditions once we have them. There's not a worse thing that let your diabetes, let your high blood pressure get out of control because of the fact that you might not be able to afford the medication, or simply because you don't feel anything. That is the most common thing that we hear, that because we don't feel pain, we don't feel sick, we feel that we're okay still, and we don't control those conditions in a way that is going to help us fight infections, stay healthier, and live longer. So it is a multidisciplinary approach that we need to take, and where the patient has to be the center of this multidisciplinary team. And we need to continue helping as much as we can. And everybody has a big role in how we can help in these issues. You as elected officials can have policies that are destined to help those people in need. Medical providers help in the way that we're going to be keeping the community healthy. There's many ways that we can all collaborate so we can find the common good. And thank you again, Judge and Commissioners, for having that leadership in the way that we're going to be caring for our community. I know that we don't need a pandemic to do that because we continue doing it even before the pandemic, and we will continue doing it after the pandemic.
Thank you, Dr. Carranza. That collateral education, I think, is going to be very valuable going forward because we now uncovered right in front of us that vulnerability. Thank you. Betsy?
Yes, sir. Judge, next I have an update from the task force and the progress that we're making on the recommendations.
Sorry
just a second.
So this.
Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but before we lose Chief Rodriguez and Dr. Carranza, I wanted to see if I could ask a couple of questions, and I appreciate y'all's information in the report given this morning, and I definitely echo what the judge was saying. You know, this pandemic is really highlighting the need for change within our community and trying to help folks have access to healthier food. Of course, a lot of the folks that suffer from diabetes and hypertension and heart disease, you know, that looks like the top three underlying conditions that are those are putting people more at risk for death when it comes to this illness. And so I think that really highlights the need for more thought about looking at ways we can help folks have access to healthy food, such as through the Healthy Food Financing Initiative. So I appreciate the judge and Dr. Carranza, you know, talking about that. I think it's very, very relevant to all of this discussion. And I wanted to ask Dr. Carranza, you know, we haven't in some of the reports we haven't heard a lot about you know, what's going on with contact tracing, and you know, last week we had the report from the task force, and you know, with the dashboard, or you know, the tool that they would like to use to go from, you know, phase 1 to phase 2 and such, and it talks a lot about or it has a lot of I guess benchmarks for contact tracing. And so, you know, first of all, you know, just can you all clarify to us and to the public kind of what contact tracing is and why it's important? That would be my first question, and then after y'all do that for us, I have a couple of questions or recommendations when it comes to providing information to us and the public about that.
Yes, sir. And the contact tracing is something that is being mentioned quite a bit because it is how each positive case related to others that could be exposed and that are infected. So finding those contacts or exposures and isolating them or quarantining them is what's going to help us slow down the spread of the disease. The Department of Public Health has expanded their epidemiology department case investigators, contact tracers, from being a very small number to a very large number in very little amount of time. Every time that we have a positive case, we need to call that positive case, inquire about where they've been, people that they've been around, who has been around them for how long. And there's a series of questions, and actually that gives me a very good opportunity to tell the people, if you are positive and the personnel from the health department calls, please, you can think how many places you've gone, how many people you've been exposed to, or you have exposed, or they have exposed you. And when they ask you a lot of questions, many people feel intimidated, or they might feel that it's aggression to your privacy, but it's actually to give us a better understanding of what is happening and how the virus has been spreading throughout the community. It's not to intrude into the privacy of everybody, but it's something very necessary that has to be done. So in that regards, that is contact tracing and how it's tied to the testing, how it's tied to the isolation and quarantine. That's one of the three main pieces of fighting a pandemic in the mitigation phase.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for that definition, Doctor. And so, that being said, I don't know if you all have, information that you can provide us, and you may not have it now, but maybe it's part of, some future reporting that you can do to us, because I know that I've heard that we have something like 30 or 35 people that are doing contact tracing, but I'd like to understand kind of how that's going, and how, first of all, kind of measuring the amount of time between when a person is contacted and when their contacts are contacted, type of thing. Kind of understanding what the timeline is. What percentage of the positive cases are we actually contacting, and kind of within what type of timeline, because it's hard for me to understand right now. I don't have a lot of information about that. I mean, and I think as you said, it's a big part of helping to slow the spread of the disease, and since that is also part of what the task force talked about with that benchmarking for us to move from phase to phase. Is that something that you all can start providing for us? Maybe just a list of metrics. How many? I know that there's some data that we've seen that talks about the number of cases opposed to the number of people that have been contacted. But I'd like a little bit deeper information regarding just the amount, the percentage of folks that have been contacted, as well as the timelines on things.
Yes, sir, and definitely that is something that I don't have information at this moment. I can look into that and see the information, how it can be also fitting into the recommendation from the task force.
Yeah, I think it's just important for us as policymakers, as we're making those decisions. And of course, I know that it's definitely going to be needed by the task force, but for us to be able to also inform the public, kind of along the lines of what you were just doing, is talking to the public about the importance of answering that phone call if you're contacted by the health department. getting the word out about the importance of answering those phone calls, because that's also part of the puzzle when it comes to slowing the spread. People, of course, we want them to wear their masks when they're out and not gather in large groups and, wash their hands and things like that. But also, we need the public's help to be able to trace these contacts, and so we can isolate the disease even further. And so, I mean, I think that would be great if we could have, some of those metrics or some of that information available, in a report on a weekly basis, just so we can understand what we need to do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you,
Judge.
Dr. Carranza.
Judge, I understand Mr. McIntyre is on the phone for item number 16. Would you like to pause this item and go to number 16 and then come back?
Absolutely. I'd love for him not to have to be waiting, and love to hear from him as well. So if we could do that right now, that would be perfect. Jessica?
Item number 16 from Public Works. Approve and authorize the Public Works Department to accept several donations totaling more than $100,000 from TriWest Healthcare Alliance for the construction of the El Paso County Community Healing Garden to be located at Ascarate Park.
Thank you. Just want to introduce, I had the privilege of having a meeting David McIntyre from TriWest Alliance, Healthcare Alliance. They actually sponsored or hosted a reception for all the doctors that were involved in El Paso, were involved in the August 3rd tragedy. And so just an incredible gentleman. Had the opportunity to talk about his passion for El Paso, for what happened, and individuals that were involved that are close to him. And then, and obviously such a generous donation we discussed on last week. And so I would love for Commissioners Court and the public to know a little bit about David and his organization, and then about the generous donations that they will be making. So it's quite an honor to introduce to you David McIntyre. Would you mind addressing our Commissioners Court?
Judge, good morning. And Commissioners, thank you for the time. As the judge said, I'm Dave McIntyre. I'm the CEO of TriWest Healthcare Alliance. I've been so for 24 years. We've served El Paso for 24 years, first at the side of the Defense Department in the TRICARE program, making sure that we build a network of providers, healthcare providers in El Paso, doctors and hospitals, to serve that care which the military is unable to do. 7 years ago, we started a journey to do the same work for the VA. And we've been serving the VA since. We've done over 30 million appointments through the network that we have across the country. We serve about half of the states in America and half of the veterans population. I grew up as a child in a family. My dad was a military doctor. I spent 2 years of my childhood during the Vietnam War in El Paso. And I grew to love the state, the people, and was very fond of the way in which we were treated. It resulted in me deciding to move to Arizona. I worked for a U.S. Senator from that state, and when I decided to leave Capitol Hill after a decade, I moved to his state of Arizona, remembering my time in El Paso incredibly fondly. We have serving at our side the University Hospital and the other hospitals in the community. So on the day of August 3rd, the healthcare community faced the difficult situation of having to rise to the occasion and be there for their fellow citizens, just as they always are. We lost a employee that day and his wife at the Walmart. He was from a small town in Texas, and the two of them were killed. He also had a son working for us who that day lost his parents. In addition to that, we have a young lady working for us who still works in our company, who's endured countless surgeries, just like a person who would have been in the combat situation, because Michelle Grady was shot 3 times with an assault rifle and left to die outside of a Walmart store as the gunman walked in. Obviously, this was a crime of hate, and hate has no place in the community, not in El Paso, not anywhere. And it was our privilege to host the dinner when we sought to bring together, as the judge said, the healthcare providers together with the families that were impacted that day directly. It was a private dinner. It was not for public attribution, but it was to start the healing process. We learned recently about the initiative to build a memorial at the Healing Gardens and to properly honor those who sacrificed that day. We would like to have the permission to come alongside the construction company and others who have already donated and quietly give the funds necessary for the rest of the project, with one exception. We would only like to fund half of the plaques that are going to get constructed so that everyone who donates will know that they can be part of that effort and that their money will be matched. But we would like to take the honor of paying for the plaque for the gentleman who worked for us, Leo Campos, and his wife, because it would be a proper way for us to bring honor to him. We want nothing in return. We do this as part of the community that we've served for 25 years now, and all we do is to serve at the side of the Defense Department and the VA. We thank you for your consideration, and we thank you for the amazing initiative that has been developed, and it would be our privilege to be a part of making it happen on behalf of the veterans that are grateful for the service of the healthcare providers and the Defense Department team too, and our staff who continues to this day to grieve the loss of their colleague and to support Michelle as she continues her journey to recover. Thank you.
David, thank you so much. It just means the world to us, and especially, we're a very veteran-ready community, and commissioners have been very supportive of all the veterans, initiatives that we have. Carl, who's our veterans director, has been very involved in that. So your donation brings in so many components, to our community, to our veterans, to our healthcare professionals, and I apologize that the gala was for doctors, but it was for healthcare, where there were so many individuals there that got involved and were there at the front line from the first minutes that the hospital got exposed to this situation. This memorial, not placing it on the backs of our taxpayers means a lot to us. We understand and we're very sensitive to all the, property tax and where it goes to. And so just having our community be able to take on and the donations from JR Construction and yourself and all the other ones that are pouring in. And then also, I'm not sure if you were able to hear, but trying to put it on the National Registry of Memorials by Congresswoman Escobar, all brings it all together and for only one reason. And that is that we have an iconic, symbolic gesture, not only for our community, but for the rest of the world to see that how we address situations and that we honor the people that were there that day. And like I've been saying, the injured and the people that were inside that store, all of them, that's a difficult situation, but also expanding it to a community. Once again, from the first day we met and our friendship, David, is understanding the love that you had for the community, but the passion you have to do something. I wasn't sure how that was going to translate into what we're doing now, but now it's very obvious that you're going to be a huge part of this, about an opportunity for our community to have this memorial in a very dignified manner and done properly. So David and you and Elaine that we spoke last time and your organization, a very heartfelt thank you for that, for your generosity. Veronica?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. As Mr. McIntyre stated, we would like your consideration to accept a generous donation from Tri-West Healthcare Alliance for the Community Healing Garden Memorial. This will be for construction materials for up to $75,000 to include pavers, the landscaping, the planter wall, stone veneer, some spotlighting, some benches, and our beautiful water feature to include some of the items. Also, $25,000 towards the plaques for the memorial, and additionally, separately, $4,370 to pay specifically for the plaques for Leonardo Campos Jr. and his wife, Maribel Hernandez Loya. And we really thank Mr. McIntyre for his service to our community, and Elaine and the whole team working on this project. Thank you very much.
Veronica, and also to your team, just staying on top of things. That it's hard to get donations that we hadn't seen the type of work and the preparation. Lydia, yourself, and Public Works, Norma, and everybody else that has come together to show that this is really an important, that the county is really doing the best that we can to provide this, and so that's encouraged others. Like JR, like Mr. McIntyre, to feel confident. So, the best to your team. I know they're out there right now and every second that they can to do the best possible. The two phases would be show some evidence, but between now and August the 2nd, where we could see the foundation, the rebar, and so forth, so that there's an indication. And then the next 2 months of completing the memorial and determining how we're going to proceed with that. Still donations are coming in, and I encourage more, obviously, because we could do something even better. But we've got Cementos de Chihuahua that has indicated that they would help, and I just need to sort of figure out what that is. And several people that I've approached that we're going to be bringing to Commissioner's Court to provide the donations as we move forward. So everybody coming together, this is exciting, that the community is going to have a huge part to the success of this program. So
yes,
if there's
we're very excited. We want to thank
myself.
Judge, I just wanted to say that we're very excited too about the August 2nd program that we're going to have for the families at Escalate Park. And we want to thank as well the El Paso Community Foundation for donating $10,000 for the ceremony for August the 2nd, which we didn't realize we were going to need for staging and the technical, so that we could so that the whole community can participate virtually. So we're thankful for that. And
DA also, I'd like to add that the DA has been extremely involved. Jaime Esparza has been really involved in a lot of advocacy and also actually donations directly from their funds, which one of them would be, I think, is a beautiful gesture, is the art, the drawings of the victims. Susan Calhoun from her farm. Now I understand there's actually 75 florists who have contributed from Santa Fe to Albuquerque, all these areas with dried flowers, so that we could have some silhouettes, life-size silhouettes that will be presented on that day, 23 of the victims, and in honoring them as well. So as you could see, just a flow of situations. I had the opportunity to go there on Saturday to see the location and the dried flowers and the preparation for that, and just so much passion. It's just so incredibly good to see our community respond. So we're asking for that, the acceptance of those donations. So there's a motion from anyone else other than myself.
Motion to approve.
Second. Go ahead. Commissioner Perez, second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson? Commissioner Robinson?
He's not on the line.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego?
Jessica is breaking up a little bit. Miguel?
Yes, Commissioner Robinson is not on the line, and then Jessica asked for your vote.
Oh, okay, thank you. Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Veronica, David. Thank you, and your staff. Elaine, if you're still around, thank you so much for that donation and for your continued support. Betsy,
it's our
back to you
privilege,
again.
and we'll look forward to seeing you on the 2nd.
Yeah, likewise, David. Thank you.
Okay, and going back to item number 7, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge, Commissioners, this update shares information on the short-term recommendations that the El Paso United COVID-19 Transition Task Force has provided. As you know, the task force had 2 overarching goals, along with several other recommendations. 2 overarching recommendations with several recommendations in other areas. One of the first recommendations is to create a COVID-specific scorecard for our community. The task force is meeting regularly and is primarily focused on creating a COVID scorecard to meet our specific regional needs. It will be both evidence-based and based on regional factors for our community. And that's their primary focus, what they're working on now. Implement recommendations in a regional cross-sector, public-private collaborative way using available resources is the other overarching goal. We continue to work closely and collaboratively with the regional members of the task force, the city, and our team to deliver on this goal and implement its values in the work we do. Examples are the level of candor and trust we have in working together, the plan to share anything developed with each other across the region and across public and private resources, and to work with regional partners to deploy some of these recommendations. For all of the other recommendations that the task force made last week, The task force is establishing a group to work on the school reopening plan recommendations. And then our team, including representatives from the city and the county, we're starting to meet and work through the recommendations to best identify how we can support the recommendations and allocate our CARES Act funds to help prepare our community. Some of the initial items that we've already discussed are using community resources and partners like PDN Health Foundation to help with various communication strategies, working together to model and plan to address the future public health organization, funding, resources, and staffing. The need for rural mobile space, not only for testing, but long-term for vaccine deployment. UMC has a unit on loan. I believe you all have probably seen images of this unit that they have on loan. One of the things we've discussed is whether this unit could be purchased for long-term use for public health. I'm getting more information on that to bring back for consideration. The city is doing surveillance countywide, surveillance studies countywide. We look forward to hearing more information on that. Expanding testing and contact tracing, as was mentioned today. It's my understanding, as I mentioned today, that from Chief D'Agostino, it's my understanding that testing supplies are experiencing shortages in the supply chain, but we hope to break through that, and we're working on a plan to expand the testing and contact tracing once the supply chain opens up. I also learned this last week that we actually have much higher testing capacity than what is being used. So at this time, it appears that demand and supply, as far as the capacity, we're meeting the current demand. So we could work on expanding that capacity to more regional sites. The city has already made some modifications to its online data reporting and is continuing to make further enhancements. Chief Red from Office of Emergency Management is going to work closely with the task force on the data that they recommend be provided publicly into decision makers. We made that connection this week and look forward to connecting him with the task force in the coming weeks. Public Health is working towards having other pathogen testing, such as influenza, to be available at COVID test sites for the fall. That was one of the recommendations specifically from the task force. And then we will be looking at methods that could be used to help businesses develop a testing strategy for their employees, and we will bring forward those recommendations. We will continue to meet with the task force and our implementation team. We'll continue to update the court on our progress. And in closing, I'd just like to express my gratitude to our task force, community partners, and Battelle, who have all been vital to moving forward these recommendations. We do this, continually monitoring the fatalities our community has seen. And we want to honor the lives of those 218 people who have already lost their lives to COVID. And we want to work to prevent any more loss to our community. I want to specifically mention Nicole Farini from the city of El Paso and Jessica Rubel from Battelle, who have made this work so much more manageable for us. And that's the summary of the report this week. This is our first week where we've met, and I look forward to bringing forward more progress in the coming weeks. Are there any questions I can answer for the court?
Betsy, no, I would just like to hear from Commissioner Bettis, thank him for his involvement. And if there's any additional comments, Commissioner Bettis, that you'd like to add?
Not much. As we mentioned, that the implementation of the recommendations is something that is very important that they be implemented very expediently, particularly the scorecard. The task force is working on implementing that within a 2-week time frame, is what was reported to council last week. And so we hope to get that up and running very quickly.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Betsy. Go ahead, Betsy.
Judge, one more thing I wanted to mention on this is for example, the task force has created the group to specifically work on the school plans. That definitely would not be possible without Commissioner Pettis and Joaquin. Both of them are working diligently to help move these items forward, and Joaquin has been such a huge help in coordinating and making items move forward. And so really appreciate all of their assistance and leadership on this. Next,
Thank
we
you for
have
the
we've gone to the Commissioners Court updates. If there's any particular updates any member of the court would like to give today.
Judge, I've got one.
Yeah, just real quickly, I'll start and then we can move forward. The testing was quite an event last week, and I just want to make sure that we do thank Constable Garcia and Constable Ugarte and stepping up, and Chief Esparza that helped out. That was quite a movement of situations. Specifically, we focused on the rural areas, and I think those are the ones that get hit so much harder, as I've said so many times, that we have sort of permanent and then temporary in the rural areas, and so really addressing that situation where we have large numbers of our numbers. A large part of those numbers are from the east side of El Paso in the rural areas, and also working our weekly meetings with the with both the immigration community, trying to understand their situation and their testing needs and their support, and also the rural mayors meeting once a week, trying to figure out, just information-wise from certain things that we do is provide information for them, but then they take that information and are able to do some support, especially in the testing, or letting us know how the testing is going and some of the glitches that have come up. So really want to thank the rural mayors and their staff and their legal, and of course, it almost goes unsaid now that the things that our legal department has become such a support for all the rural mayors and for other individuals, Joanne Bernal and Christina and their team. Just have been very successful in keeping us moving forward on these items. So I want to thank you for that. Now, Commissioner Leon, would you like to go next, please?
Sure. Thank you, Judge. You mentioned Constable Ugarte and Garcia. Yeah, they are doing a great job. And another shout out to them. They assisted the FBI on an arrest that took place at Horizon High School, reference to Project Stone Guard. So a little kudo to them, very active out there in helping the community. I did talk to Chief Roger Martinez at JPD. Last week, I think we had reported that 3 detainees had tested positive and were recovering. All 3 have recovered. There's no employees that have tested positive. The entire group of detainees is COVID-free. They're doing a great job. So Roger, or Chief Martinez, if you're listening, great job. And just one more thing that I wanted to bring up is the constables are serving the evictions at this time. There is a misunderstanding amongst a lot of residents that this was still frozen. It is not. It is under consideration through Congress that they may go back to barring any more evictions. But for the time being, it's very important for the public to realize that evictions are taking place, and if they're in that situation, to know exactly where they stand. Because as I understand it from calls that I received, there are taking place right now. I do believe that Judge Herrera, JP Herrera, is on the line. He wanted to talk a little bit about the JP's offices, or we can go to the Sheriff's Department. I think either Chief Whitten or the Sheriff himself is ready to speak.
Excellent. Miguel, do you have
I don't see Judge Herrera. I believe somebody from the Sheriff's is online.
Oh, excellent. Go ahead, Judge Herrera.
He's not on. He is not on. Somebody from the Sheriff's might be on, though.
Oh, excellent. Is it the Sheriff or Commander Whitten?
Under Commander Whitten.
Oh, excellent.
It's the Sheriff.
Yeah. We're here.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, Richard Wiles, El Paso County Sheriff. So I didn't, did you have a question, Judge, or?
No, we just, you typically bring an update on what's taking place, so we would love to hear from what's going on in your part of the world.
Great. So I emailed you the latest total numbers out of the jail system. And as you can see, we've had both employees and inmates that have recovered. So the total number of active cases continue to drop. We're at 6% for last week. And the only thing that's really going on right now is we do have a 59-year-old male inmate who has been in the jail since 2018 on some very serious felony charges involving children that is in, I understand, very critical condition. So we don't know how that's going to resolve. And I just wanted to give you the heads up in case anything does happen that you're not caught by surprise. But other than that, everything's going well. Our systems are in place, and we're testing everybody now at the front door, so we're able to better isolate and prevent the spread in the jail. And we expect these numbers to continue to drop.
Thank you, Sheriff. And once again, we're getting rewarded by your proactive move from the beginning of the COVID crisis. And thank you, and Tom and Kevin and everybody else that is participating and anticipating as much as possible. And one of the things that has been very critical is in the corrections and all the corrections, not utilizing or having to utilize our hospitals, because that would make that very critical. And one of the things in my report I wanted to mention is that I'm very close to right now with Jacob Cintron on the capacity issue. And my biggest concern, not only capacity, but the staffing. Are we able to staff? We might have the beds, but do we have the staffing that accompany that? I've been asked a lot by different reporters as to what our capacity for staffing is, not necessarily just the beds. So working with Jacob Cintron, and then being able to, Jacob has been working with a private part of the private hospitals to ensure that we're accurate in not only saying that we have the beds, but do we have the staffing that allows us to be able to do that. So back to you, Commissioner Leon.
No, thank you, Judge. And just to dovetail on what you just said, reference UMC. As you know, UMC purchased some property on Mesa. I understand that it's now open, and that is not to ship, from what I understand, not to ship COVID patients from UMC to that location, but non-COVID patients, which will open up space at UMC. So a very wise move, and I'm glad that we spoke about it, we approved it. And from what I understand, it's working well, and it's freeing up some very needed space at UMC.
Exactly. Thank you for saying that, Commissioner. It was something they anticipated, and it's really valuable at this time. And as you said, it's to relieve our regular client patients to be somewhere else is also quite an opportunity that we might, if we didn't have that, the critical point would be coming at us a lot faster.
Very forward thinking. Very forward thinking. Yes. So, thank you.
Okay, Betsy.
I believe if that's everything for the sheriff, I don't know if Judge Herrera was able to join us. I don't see him on the call. Did any other member of the court want to provide an update this week?
I do if I've got an update on a couple of things.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Okay. Get the right document out here. In regards to the homeless community, the city was set to release guidance for the $3.9 million in funding to operate the Welcome Center after its transition to a permanent location. The transition task force held a meeting last week and has finalized documents and to submit a proposal. Agencies are going to have to submit a letter to confirm eligibility by August 5th, and the final proposals will be later in the month. There's a real emphasis on making sure that service providers are leading the way, and to continue the collaboration among service providers. There's a requirement that multiple providers work together on submissions. The single homelessness service provider would not be eligible for that funding award, and given the need to maintain this collaboration, I think that that's definitely for the best. As of last week, we're still at 10 positive cases among the homeless population during the pandemic, a population that has grown as economic fallout has unfolded. It's absolutely a remarkable achievement, and with setting up the Welcome Center concept for a permanent solution, the homeless sector in this town will emerge from the pandemic stronger than it was before, for sure. To this point, the return of evictions has not driven significant volume into emergency shelters, though the huge influx in rapid rehousing dollars certainly is contributing to that. The Food Security Task Force met last week as well. They plan to have a food security plan drafted by September 16th, and they're going to be conducting individual meetings with task force members over the next couple of weeks. My office is working with local food policy experts to further incorporate private sector grocers and school nutrition officers into the conversation to ensure that the food security plan has the right voices to develop a comprehensive perspective. The plan will look first at providing food security during the pandemic to include an expected increase in demand as enhanced unemployment benefits phase out, as well as asset mapping and ways to relieve pressure on the food bank during recovery. Based on the individual meetings, the task force will be subdivided into groups that, to handle particular pieces of the larger puzzle, the way the Vulnerable Populations Task Force has done with different aspects of the homeless community's challenges. Going to UMC, they had a special board meeting Thursday to discuss the budget, and they appointed Steve Anderson to the Children's Hospital Board. They're chasing a moving target to some degree because the impact of the pandemic has had on volumes and revenue streams. They are still seeing COVID-19 increases, but they are staying pretty true to the FY20 budget. Still being able to continue with elective procedures is something that is helping to keep things stable as they head into the end of the fiscal year. We will hear and read in great detail about UMC's budget soon, of course, but they reported during the meeting that they are looking to hold the line on a tax rate while building a budget for FY21 that is flexible to some of the potential negative swings as the pandemic continues on. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I did have a really quick, Jacob was not able to join us, just sort of an update to what Commissioner is saying, but it says that hospitals of Providence also had an additional 12 beds open among their hospitals on this weekend. He says we have staff for 77 beds. We're licensed for 60. So Jacob is showing confidence that he can address some of the capacity for our hospitals, which has been a huge concern. So just wanted to enhance Commissioner Stout's report. Betsy?
Okay. Judge, if that's everyone who wants to provide an update this week, this concludes this item.
Thank you. Jessica, back to you.
Thank you. There will be no action.
I'm sorry,
no
Jessica.
Action for item 7. Yes.
Before we read the next item in, Judge, I was going to ask if we could move to item number 12, as we have a couple guests and one of them has to leave here shortly.
Absolutely. Thank you, Betsy, for bringing that up.
Thank you, sir.
Jessica?
Yes, sir. Item number 12, Health and Social Services. Receive a presentation regarding an opportunity to partner with the Family Independence Initiative and the Hunt Foundation for a new public assistance program. This program could potentially provide enhancements to the county's public assistance program given the immediate and long-term economic challenges due to COVID-19. Further, provide direction for county staff regarding how the court wishes to proceed with this opportunity. And just for information, we do have 2 guests signed up to speak on this item.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Joel Bishop with the County Administration. We do have guests from the Family Independence Initiative and the Hunt Foundation that will share the concept with you. They had approached us with a concept that is intriguing regarding enhancing our long-term public assistance program that we've been doing for over 40 years. And there's a number of aspects of this that we wanted the court to hear about and consider. They're proposing to provide us with $575,000 over the next 5 years to enhance our public assistance program in El Paso. And there's a number of different pieces that fit together with this that we've been working on with Betsy Keller, with Irene Valenzuela, and Christina Sanchez, and also purchasing to make sure we have a feasible path forward from a legal perspective and a practical perspective for the court. So I'll share more details of how this could potentially work after the presentation from Ms. Ivana Neri with the Family Independence Initiative, and also, if Laura Rodriguez, who's on the line from the Hunt Foundation, wants to share some comments, we just asked her to present this concept to the court and what they've done in other communities, and then I will comment further upon some ideas of how this could play out in El Paso. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Ivana Neri. And I believe there's a presentation that needs to be pulled up from IT for her.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joel. Can y'all hear me fine?
Yes, we can.
Can y'all hear me fine?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. My name is Ivana Neri, and I am with the Family Independence Initiative. I will be presenting on the approach. So we're a nonprofit organization founded 20 years ago with this belief that people know what's best for them, and that as a system, we are lacking an investment directly into communities. So our vision and mission is to directly invest in the communities across the country so that they can achieve prosperity with their families and with their communities. Next. The problem that we're trying to address is that, despite of the amount of money that we put into addressing poverty, we still have a lot of people who live in poverty. When FII was founded 20 years ago, our founder, who had worked in social services for more than 20 years, he saw how much money goes into a deficit-based approach, which is investing in the things that people lack, in the things that people don't have, rather than investing in the things that people are really good at. So just as an example, every year we put more than $400 billion into fighting poverty, and yet poverty rates haven't changed significantly. Social capital exchanges, which are the things that people are doing in community, are still not being recognized. And most of the funds go into deficit-based approaches or services. Next. What we see is that what contributes to this problem is the lack of equality and equity. So we see that there is a huge system of inequality where for low-income communities, as they are starting to make progress into improving their lives, they actually get penalized for that progress that they are making. So you see on the left side how we have a safety net that as people are trying to do better, the system actually penalizes them. We know that doesn't happen for the wealthy. For the wealthy, it's actually the opposite. They get incentivized for the progress that they are making towards their life. So we recognize that we live in a system that's set up to penalize low-income communities, and that there is an alternative that we can provide with them given the investment that goes into solving poverty every year. Next. So one of the things and facts that we know is that from the people who are living in poverty today, 75% of them will move above poverty within 5 years. What happens is that we have a system that doesn't support that mobility, so 50% of that cycle back into poverty, and more than almost 40% don't even access any type of subsidy. Next. Our approach is different. We bring a strength-based approach, which has 3 different components. One of them is giving access to unrestricted cash transfers, so people can do whatever they think is best for themselves. We incentivize and promote social capital, so we put people in relationship in their communities or other communities across the country, and we respect people's choices and decisions, so agency. Next. We do that through the Up Together platform, which is a platform that's made in-house that allows the exchange of financial capital and social capital. Next. We partner directly with families and we learn. We gather different data points from their lives and how they are improving their lives. So we gather data on income, finances, activities that they are doing in communities, social determinants of health, education, and then we're able to do an analysis of those things and those trends that we see over time. Next. What we see after 2 years is that, what we see after 12 months is that families are actually able to increase income by more than 21%. Families are able to increase their total liquid assets. They are able to decrease debt. And in some instances, they are able to decrease their reliance on public assistance. At the same time, we see that for every $3,200 that we invest in communities for 2 years, we see that there is a micro impact economy that goes back into the same community by $15,000. Next. At the end of the day, what we're trying to change is the systems that impact communities and how instead of having a system that invests in the deficit of people, we can have a system that actually invests in the strengths and the things that people are doing in their communities. Next. So from those 20 years that we've been around, we got a pretty large investment in Austin, Texas in 2018, so almost 2 years ago, through the Google Org Foundation, St. David's Foundation, which is a healthcare provider, and the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, to be the first city in Texas that implemented this type of poverty alleviation. So we've been in Austin, Texas for the last 2 years, and little by little, we've been able to expand to other cities in Texas. Next. We saw that 12 months later, we saw the same outcomes that I just spoke at the beginning, where families were able to increase income, they were able to increase social capital, and at the same time, we saw how City of San Antonio was also interested in bringing that poverty alleviation approach to the city. So we had the support of the HEBOT Foundation, which is the family foundation from the HEB store, Methodist Healthcare Ministers, City of San Antonio Health and Human Services, and other foundations in the area. Next. What we see is that people usually spend the money on the things that they're already doing with their families. So I think that concept was pretty radical 20 years ago, and for us, it's still, you know, a new concept that we're putting in practice. But I think now, after people got the stimulus check, more people got interested in the concept of direct giving. So what we learned is that people actually use the money to improve their situation. So we see how they put the money towards opening businesses, improving their businesses, improving their kids' education, paying rent, paying basic needs. Next. So for the COVID-19 response, back in March, we got a call from the mayor of Chicago, Lori, saying that she knew that FII was really good at giving people money, and that we had a mechanism on how to get the money out quickly. So she said, hey, if I give you $1 million, how quickly can you deploy that? So we made typically our approach is to partner with families long term, but we developed something that was a quick response without having a long-term partnership in this moment. So as we were doing that, we were also thinking about that long-term, but immediately we understood that what people needed in this time was money just to be able to stay at home, right? I think if you look at why the people are getting infected by COVID in low-income communities, you see that they have a need of going out and work. So how do you prevent people from being exposed is to really have people being at home. And how can you keep people being at home is by giving them some type of financial security. So we found that a lot of municipalities got really interested into that. We got our main goal at the time was to deploy that $1 million from Chicago, from City of Chicago, and then we saw how over time other small municipalities were coming on board. So what we thought was an ambitious goal 4 months ago, raising $10 million to give one-time cash assistance of $500, became now a fundraiser of more than $100 million across the country. So nationally, we're almost at that amount. In Texas alone, we're getting funders from City of Austin, not only from the city, but also from philanthropy. In San Antonio, the City of San Antonio has put almost $9 million into our platform to be able to do cash assistance. And then private philanthropy as well, they come on board. East Texas, Tyler, the same thing. Dallas area, the same thing. And then in El Paso, Texas, we got the support from the Hunt Family Foundation. So that's something that we've been in conversations, and that's how I came to have those conversations with El Paso County. Next. Just for you to get a sense of where the money's coming. So a lot of these small municipalities are using CARES Act dollars, primarily from their housing department, where they, instead of paying the landlord directly the rent, they are actually giving people the money so they can be the ones paying the rent. I think with that, they are trying to fill in that gap of people who might not be in a lease. So that gives the opportunity for them to actually make that decision of what's a priority for them. So that's happening in Chicago, where we are getting close to $30 million. They are using the platform to deploy those $30 million. Then in City of Austin, we, through the Equity Office and Austin Public Health, we're doing the same. Their focus in Austin was to give cash assistance to people who had been left out from the CARES Act. And then City of San Antonio, they wanted to invest the money short term, but getting long-term recovery outcomes through their housing department, health and human services department, and doing cash assistance of different amounts. So instead of doing $500, they are doing cash assistance that goes from $150 up to $300. And then they have a specific program that's for rental assistance and mortgage assistance. So people are getting this cash assistance as a complement to that program. Whereas another program that's within Health and Human Services is looking more at the long term. And then we have Bexar County, which is the county of San Antonio or close to San Antonio. They're also looking into making an investment through their housing department, but from the CARES Dollars Act money that they received. Next. So just quickly, the user experience, as you can imagine, to do this work at a large scale, we need to rely 100% in technology. So we use our platform, and typically we have people applying to get the cash assistance. We can customize, the application according to the needs of the local municipality. So, sometimes they need some proof of address or residency just to make sure that they live within, the El Paso County or City of Austin County. Travis County. So we are able to request those documents, and then we provide that support in-house, and we're able to make those analyses and report back to the different local municipalities in real time. Next. Well, one thing that I forgot to mention in the past slide is that we do ACH transfers, so we make direct deposits to people's account, but we also have the ability to provide prepaid cards for people who might not have a bank account. And then one thing that local cities, they like about is the ability for them to see how the money is flowing on real time. So we develop dashboards for the different funders that we have. so that they can see how the money is being spent, what days the money is being spent the most, and where the money is going. So that's information that they have access in real time, and something that especially local municipalities, they're really interested, as they can measure the need, they can assess how quickly money can flow. I'll tell you that in Austin, we were able to deploy $2 million in 72 hours. So that's really how quickly we can give this cash assistance to families. Next. So you see the same dashboard, just with different, it has different pages, so that you can see if applications are getting denied, and then we usually tell you why those applications. Most of the time is because those applications don't fit the zip codes that we had established, so we have to deny it. We have duplication checks so that families can also only get access to a one-time cash transfer. So we're able to provide all of that in those dashboards that local municipalities have access to. Next. I think this is the last slide, and just to talk about the privacy and security. So everything that we develop is in-house. We don't sell any data to any third party or anyone. We have fraud prevention checks. As we know, we're doing cash assistance, so we have all of those checks in place, duplication as well, privacy, and then data security, which we follow the Californian data privacy law, which is the strongest one in the country. And I think that's, and I think that's it. I'll be here around if anyone has any questions. Otherwise, I'll let Joel follow up after this.
Sure. Thank you, Ivana.
Yvonne,
Judge and commissioners, I
Yvonne,
might follow up with just a couple comments. But go ahead, Judge. Sorry.
No, just want to thank Yvonne. As you said, Yvonne, this is like not a new concept, but still we're behind. I mean, and most cities are behind this proactive approach of doing the right thing for individuals. And very interesting presentation, and also I believe very much aligned with what I've seen Commissioners Court, our approach, our proactiveness to do the right things for that people don't have access to these kinds of funds. So thank you for the presentation and your time to do that for us, and also the background of what's happening in other communities. So thank you, Yvonne. And Joel, back to you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. Thank you, Judge. Today we're not asking the court to take any specific action, but just to make sure you understand the concept, and that you give us, if it's the court's will that we move forward with the concept, we can come back with a much more specific proposal. One of the ways that we were potentially seeing this play out, because we know that the budget's going to be tight, at the same time our community needs unprecedented assistance in this area. We were talking about matching what they were going to invest with some of our public assistance dollars that's already budgeted, and I know Irene's going to be requesting even more in anticipating the side effects of the economic problems from COVID. So this would be a supplement we could use initially from our CARES funds to help match, and then moving forward to take about 50% of our public assistance funds and use them to match what the investment here, which would really enhance our ability to help our residents. And one of the things I really liked about this was that we've never before been able to track the outcomes of what's happening with these families, and they really have it built into their system, a tracking mechanism, good dashboards, and they will be able to report back regularly regarding progress. And that's something we've never had before that I think is intriguing with this. So moving forward, that was one way we could see it work without asking the court to make a significant future investment. There are challenges though regarding the CARES funds, and we've talked to legal about that. So some of those details we still need to work through in some sort of an agreement on this that we would bring back to the court later. But if the court is okay with us moving forward with this, we could come back within the next few weeks with something more specific for the court.
Well, Joel, I for one would love to see more work on this, and thank you for that coordination, but I would love to bring back to the court and be able to see all the other elements that we can feel confident about moving forward with that. But if it requires just you following up and then bringing it back, I for one would be very pleased to see that.
Okay.
Judge, just a reminder, we do have public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
The first person we have is Father Pablo Mata. Go ahead, Father.
Father Mata.
Okay.
Thank you, Father. Pleasure to have you.
Yes, good morning, County Judge Samaniego and County Commissioners. My name is Father Pablo Mata. I'm a pastor of St. Paul de Paso Catholic Church and also member of EPISO, leader in EPISO and Border Interfaith. The proposal by the Family Independence Initiative and also the Hunt Foundation is a great opportunity for the county to join the effort in serving the underserved or the most vulnerable in our community, especially out in our county in the colonias. We as a EPISO and Border Interfaith have a history with working with the underserved or people in the colonias and the east side of the county, but also on the west side too, in Canutillo and Westway. And so we've striven to always to work in collaboration with the underserved and also with those that have worked with and work with that population of our county. And so I speak here before you to encourage you and to hopefully you also make the effort and the underserved are in need of our economic help, especially during this pandemic. And I don't think I have to say more about that. I think you're aware of it. And I would invite you to take this opportunity and join in serving us and serving the most vulnerable of El Paso County. Thank you very much and have a pleasant day.
Thank you, Father Mata. Always a pleasure to have you participate on your insights. Thank you.
The next person we have is Mr. Eloiso de Avila.
Mr. Davila, go ahead.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and County Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this subject. My name is Eloiso de Avila. I am representing EPISO and Border Interfaith. Our organization feels very hopeful about the proposal from the Family Independence Initiative, FII, and the Hunt Foundation. Partnering with FII and the Hunt Foundation offers our community the opportunity at a long-term solution to a problem that continues to exist in our county, the need for financial assistance for our most vulnerable population. This problem will only get bigger or grow more because of our ongoing crisis brought on by COVID-19. FII has a proven online cash assistance platform that works. It is our hope that more assistance will be provided to county residents in the future because of the relationships already cultivated by FII, the Hunt Foundation, and other outside funders. We urge that the county join this partnership that will leverage increased funding for the benefit of our underserved population. That's all I have today. Thank you, and God bless. Stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Davila. Always a pleasure. Thank you for all you do in our community. Thank you.
That is all we have for public comment, Judge.
Thank you. So, Joel, I think, I don't know, I think we're...
Yeah, as long as there's not any other questions from the other commissioners, we'll go ahead and move forward. I'm sorry, Judge, Joel Bishop again. If there's any, do any of the other commissioners or you, Judge, have any further questions on this, or perhaps Christina Sanchez, I saw her there, if she has any comments as well. She's on the line.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi, good morning,
Christina, go ahead.
Commissioners. Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. I heard from the judge, but I just want to make sure that this item is not posted for any action. But based, I guess if there's a consensus of the court, we'll go ahead and move forward in working with Joel and bringing something back. As he mentioned, in a couple of weeks, we've been doing some extensive research on this to include making a determination as to whether or not CARES Act funds could be used, at least until those funds can no longer be used, which would be in a December cutoff date, and then looking in terms of a long-term plan for that as well. But that would be all part of any proposed contract that would be developed between the county, FII, and then of course we would bring that back to the Commissioners Court. But I heard from the judge. I was wondering if anybody else had any of their additional comments, or they also gave their consensus to move forward with this project at this time.
Thank you, Christina.
Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Joel, for the work on this, and I appreciate the presentation by FII. I'm definitely in favor of something like this. I think that back when we first got the CARES Act funding, I advocated for setting aside the original $2 million that we put aside for public assistance, and heavily advocated for doing exactly what we're talking about, partnering with this organization to do, and which was providing cash, cash infusions or cash to folks, especially those that were left out of the stimulus themselves. And so I continue to believe that we should try to do that, and I hope that we can move forward and do that. My question, one of my questions, I guess, is, would we be using additional CARES Act funding, or are we talking about going back to that original $2 million? Because it was, from what I understand, the original $2 million that we had set aside was divided up. I think we set aside $1 million for rental assistance. It was not, we decided not to go on this route that we're talking about here and provide real cash assistance to people. I think we set aside $1 million for rental assistance, and then we ended up giving, or the court decided to give $500,000 to the food bank, and then I believe there was another $500,000 that was provided to limited cash assistance through debit cards, and there were restrictions placed on that. And so, are we proposing repurposing some of that funding that's already been allocated, or are we looking at taking additional CARES Act funding and putting it towards this?
Betsy, you want to address that, please?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I think it's a additional CARES Act funding for the initial investment. So to match that initial up to 175,000, we were proposing that. But again, there's some details that need to be worked out with legal on that to make sure we don't run into some of those same issues. But there may be some risk to that. But yeah, the additional match would come from our second wave fund. Betsy, please correct me if I'm wrong. But then the further for the next 4 years through 2024, we were talking about pulling from our general assistance investment and matching it with our already budgeted general assistance funds. Christina or Betsy, any other thoughts on that?
I think that's exactly covers it, Joel. So we're talking about additional CARES Act funds. While we do think that we may end up, we're monitoring the funding that's been allocated for those other areas that you mentioned, Commissioner Stout, to see if we're going to use all of them. And then if we're not going to use all of those by the end of December, obviously we could repurpose those to this. But just to be safe, from the get-go, we are recommending an additional allocation.
Thank you.
From CARES Act.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah,
and then in terms of
I definitely think that we should. Oh, sorry, Christine. I was just going to say I feel like we should move forward. I think it's something that would be very beneficial, as has been shown in the presentation that we were provided today, to help provide people not only with some relief right now, but also to help them with some upward mobility.
Thank you, Commissioner. Christina, were you going to comment?
Yes, sir. I was just going to comment in terms of, again, the information that we provide whenever we go forward with these type of projects, especially in light of the CARES Act funding. And I just want to put this, again, back on the record. When we do this analysis, from my initial assessment, at least reviewing this, I believe that we can structure the agreement in a way that would, at least based on the guidance that we have now and that what we know, that CARES Act funds could be utilized for this purpose for this initial brief period, because again, those that funding availability is not permissible after that December 2020 date. At least for now, that could change, but that is the timeline that we're working on. Again, what makes this a little bit different and I think unique, that it lends itself to this analysis that it can be utilized for such, is the way that the reporting is going to be done, the way that the dashboards are going to be done, the way FII is able, and at least has been able to demonstrate that there is that accountability, if you will, that tracking, if you will, to ensure that, one, it's being utilized for individuals, of course, who are in need of that, but two, that how those funds are then going to be expended. And so, again, that lends itself to the analysis, or at least to the argument that it would be, at this time, an appropriate use of CARES Act funds. Always give this disclaimer. There's not a hard and fast rule on a lot of these issues. We go by what's the best guidance that's available, but at least that is my assessment at this time. These funds, again, are required to be audited at the end of the year. If so, we know that there may be the possibility or the risk of having to utilize county funds if they make that determination, if the federal government makes that determination that they were not used. But this is the best information that at least we could go by. But just wanted to make sure that the court understood that.
Thank you, Christina. So do we have a consensus for Joel to move forward and prepare something for us ASAP, or next Commissioner's Court?
Judge?
Commissioner Leon, please.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I'm very much in favor. The only thing I just want to assure myself is that these funds that we had committed in the last couple of meetings that we, matter of fact, had split votes on, Betsy, I just want to assure that those aren't being touched, right? We're talking about new funding or other funding out of the CARES Act.
Yes, sir. What we're talking about for this is CARES Act funding. And then the other thing that we're talking about, because this is a long-term program, so we're leveraging funding that would be put in by the Hunt Family Foundation. And so that would be paying portions of the program as well. And then we're also proposing that the dollars that we already budget for general assistance, to use those into the future to leverage for this program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
So Joel, I think we do have consensus, and if you could prepare, and Betsy, obviously, to prepare a presentation that covers all the comments and suggestions from the commissioners, make sure we understand, you know, the how we discern the CARES and all the other things that we need to do in the matching and so forth. So I think we have consensus to get that presentation, to move forward in that presentation.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Yvonne, and those at the public presentations, and Joel and Betsy, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, back
Betsy,
to item number 8. Yes.
Betsy, we're close to our lunch break, and do you have something that people waiting or whatever, so that, you know, just want to be consistent, that people know that we do take a break and they can be able to, you know, come back. So do you have anything that would be a little quicker? We got about, you know, 5-10 minutes that we could take on one item or leave at this point, take our lunch break at this time.
Deborah, do you think we could get through these next 2 items fairly quickly?
You're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted, Deborah.
Ms. Carrejo, you're muted.
Thank you so much. I believe we can get through these fairly quickly.
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, we'll go
item-
through Deborah's items and then take a break. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Item number 8, purchasing. Approved roadway analysis countywide for the County of El Paso Public Works Department using HGAC by Cooperative Contract HP 10-17 awarded to Data Transfer Solutions LLC of Tampa, Florida in the amount of $89,340. Purchasing approved on July 17, 2020. Funding is available in SR Road and Bridge Road resurfacing.
Good afternoon,
Motion
Deborah
to approve.
Carrejo, Toll County Purchasing Agent. For this item, I'm bringing forward Public Works request to award a contract to Data Transfer Solutions. This will be for the roadway analysis that will ultimately lead to the master paving list for the county. There may be someone in Public Works standing by to speak should you have any questions, but if you approve this, you're approving us to use what used to be called the Houston-Galveston Area Cooperative, but is now just HGAC by for this. And as you can see from the attached quote, the pricing is very competitive in the fact that 2 of the tasks are actually waived in accordance with the entire project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
and Judge Samaniego.
Judge, you're muted.
Sorry. Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9, approve the purchase of hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and surgical masks for the County of El Paso Elections Department during the COVID-19 pandemic to United Medco, Inc. in the amount of $30,160 and Nova Safety Products, Inc. in the amount of $67,500. Funding is available in special grant COVID-19 operating expenses.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. For this item, I am requesting an after-the-fact ratification based on your March the 16th guidance to both the Chief Administrator and myself to take care of anything related to COVID from a purchasing perspective and get the orders in place and then come to you afterwards for the actual approval. You did extend this authorization on June the 15th. And if you approve this, well, before you approve it, you'll note that the 2 POs are supplied as backup. We did get masks, a great number of masks through Nova Safety PO, and the hand sanitizer and Clorox through the United Medco. And we're requesting favorable ratification on this PO, which has already been placed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Deborah, thank you for this item. We sort of turned it a little bit around, but it was the best way to do it, the anticipation and being able to align ourselves with the elections and everything else. So thank you for your guidance on this matter.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Judge, at this time, would you like to go ahead and recess?
Yes, please.
Okay, for how long would you like?
We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, Commissioners Court will recess until 1 p.m.
Thank you. Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Okay, Jessica, we're up. Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 10, County and District Clerk. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 118.025G, hold a public hearing regarding the County Clerk's Records Archive Preservation and Restoration Plan and the assessment of a fee for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. Could we please have a motion to open a public hearing?
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Ms. Briones, do you want to provide the court background on the fee?
Okay, I wasn't sure if they were calling me up yet. Good afternoon. It's Delia Briones, County Clerk, and I come to you every year having to do with the archival fee, the restoration plan of archives and records management. And we've been coming to you since 2015. We are on our 6th phase, and we're in the middle of that. That should be ending September, October. And that one in particular has to do with the DD 214s, the soldier and sailors, and the balance of the marriage and deed books. And after that, we are wanting to do quick links. Quick Links is a software program, and I did mention it last year also. It's part of the backup. It's a new software that will expedite the records request and retrieval by providing a uniform system. The solution allows the public from anywhere at any time to access the index books, and they can purchase them electronically. And it's eliminating any courthouse visit. So that's why I'm trying to bumping this one up a little bit because of the status that we're in. But 100% of the copy revenue generated from this site goes directly to the clerk's office. And it's any land records from 1875 to 1975. So that is the next step that we are on. So each year we come to you and ask you for permission in order to charge that archive assessment of $10. And it's put into a specific fund with auditors. And at the end of the year, it pays the tab of co-file doing those projects for us. Does anybody have a question?
Yes, Commissioner Robinson.
Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Yes.
Ms. Baronis, would you explain to the court one of the items that you listed was the DD 214? Would you explain the procedure on that and the importance of having that document on file?
Yes, sir. I find it very important and urgent because, and it's no charge to any soldier, any military person coming in to record it with this office. Although some people don't want to, they don't think it's a secure site. They think anybody can come in and ask for it, which is not true. It's immediate family, and they would have the person's social security number and birth date. And we would give them a copy of that. And with that, normally they take that to Fort Bliss. And with that document, they're able to be buried with that document. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you.
Well, the reason I actually explained that is more so the fact that the importance of it is that many times the soldier's copy of the 214 may not be available for one reason or another. If it's on file with the county, any family member that needs to have that 214, as well as a soldier that may lose his, he can come to the county and get a copy of that 214, which is the official document to use for purposes of the VA and other legal purposes that dealing with the military.
Correct. And what we're doing is 38 books, and they contain over 20,000 pages. And we're trying to prevent any further deterioration. But I don't know if it's true or not, that there is some other location where they are filing at Fort Bliss. And I understand that there was a fire in the 80s. I don't know what building it was. This is just hearsay. But we've never had a fire here at the courthouse. So, it's not law, so not everybody feels compelled to file with this office, but I believe it behooves them. We have a lot of veterans still with us from World War II, where we have their documents. Sometimes they can't find it over the years, but it would be good if anybody wanted to call and even look it up and verify that we do have them still. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Christina, we need to, there's no action
We're
now
in
until we come to.
Right, yes, sir, this is the public hearing portion of it. And so this is the opportunity per statute for at least members of the public or anybody else that wants to comment on this particular item. I believe, Ms. Contreras Jessica, there's none that have been signed up. And if that's the case, then this item can be closed and then you can go ahead and move on to the next item to take any action.
Do we need 11
Correct,
to
there
be
are
under the
no-
same, or is this 11's different from 10?
Yes, sir. So it's the same subject, but we need to close this out. You needed to post it as a public meeting. We just need to close the public meeting unless there's any additional comments from individuals.
Okay, well, I move to close
Yes.
the
If I may add,
private comments. Yes.
if I may add, Judge,
Oh, absolutely, Mrs. Brunis.
we did 5 phases already. And then last year I came to you and gave you an additional 5 more years. So it was approved through phase 10 for an additional 5 years. So while I did speak about this last year, about the software quick links, I think it's behooves us to do it more so now because of people not being able to get into the courthouse or get records. But we still are assisting them. We're finishing up phase, that was phase 6 we're finishing up. We're going into phase 7 in October. Phase 8 is probate records. 9 is finishing probate and commissioner court minutes. And 10 is deed of trust. So all of those will be heard over the next span of 4 years. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the additional information. So I made the motion.
And I might say that each year it's approximately $1 million. We have been paying that. The very first one was like $1.5 million, but I brought it down each time because sometimes we don't have that amount of money. So we're trying to live within our means and only having done what we're able to pay for so we can pay for services rendered as we go.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Briones. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
We had a motion from the judge. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 11, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 118.025B, approve and adopt the County Clerk's Records Archive Preservation and Restoration Plan for fiscal year 2020 through 2021. Further approve payment to the El Paso Inc. in the amount of $39.37 for the publishing of the public notice hearing. Funding is available in General Fund County Clerk Advertising.
And Judge, we have posted the El Paso Inc. by law. It's a publisher's affidavit stating that the meeting was going to be held today, the 27th, this morning. So it was sent out to the public if anybody else wanted to comment on the matter. And that price for the publishing was $39.37.
Judge, Commissioners, this item is to actually approve the fee. So we would need a motion to approve the continuation of this fee.
Move to approve.
And the payment to the advertising.
You're muted, Judge.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge.
Uh, Mrs. Briones, just want to take the opportunity to thank you on everything you're doing, on all the things that have to happen during COVID, and your employees, and all the moving parts to that, and continue to support the process with our courts and so forth. So just want to, on our behalf, we want to thank you and obviously your staff for the continued work. That's much more difficult because of COVID. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you all, and thank you because I'm sure they're listening to this and you stating that. That means a lot to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Briones. Great, you have a great team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Item number 13, approve and authorize the Community Services Department General Assistance Program to accept a grant award in the amount of $160,000 from the Department of Housing and Urban Development Continuum of Care Homeless Assistance Program for the Coordinated Entry System. Further, authorize the county judge to sign the grant agreement. Existing county staff time and resources will be utilized to meet the required $40,000 in-kind match. The grant term begins August 1st, 2020 through July 31st, 2021. Contract number 2020-0626.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners Court, Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. This is an annual request to approve this grant. As you all may know, we've been operating the Communities Coordinated Entry Systems full-time since 2008 under our General Assistance Program. This grant funds 3 staff members who are our coordinated entry assessors, who take the intake process from the homelessness system. We've been integral in the Delta site and the Delta Haven site during the pandemic as well. And so this is just basically a housekeeping item to approve this funding award. It'll fund for the next year 3 staff members and some minor operating expenses. As the item also suggests, current staff will also cover the $40,000 grant match that is required.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Irene, thank you as well for, I know behind the scenes, you have been extremely active in trying to, with the CARES Act and all the things having to do in the homeless challenges, and your team has been very active behind the scenes, and we want to thank you as well for everything that you're doing. I guess when we're doing virtual, sometimes we don't get to see a lot of the action because we're all limited in some way, but I know all the commissioners and myself are thankful for so many things that you need to do to support and be able to make sure that the money that is provided is spent wisely and exactly the way it was supposed to be. So thank you, Irene, and your team as well.
Thank you, County Judge. I appreciate all the commissioners' support as well as the county administration support. I definitely do have a wonderful team that has really stepped it up during this pandemic. And I've told them before, and I constantly tell them, I think this is what we're made for. This is what our department was created for, is to respond to these type of critical situations. And we're more than happy to do that. I appreciate my team is listening, like Delia. They'll appreciate hearing these great comments from you, Judge and Commissioners.
Okay. I agree. Really amazing. So thank you.
Item number 14, Human Resources. approve and authorize the revision to the El Paso County Civil Service Coverage and Exclusions Policy.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Valeria Fernandez with the County Human Resources Department. This item before you is for the revision to the Civil Service Coverage and Exclusions Policy. This policy does outline all of the positions that are excluded from coverage under the Civil Service Commission. Positions may be excluded based on state statute or by policy. The policy was being amended to update a position title that had been retitled earlier this fiscal year as part of the county's reclassification program. Specifically, it's for the office supervisor positions within the JP courts that were reclassified and retitled to administrative specialist senior positions.
And this change was approved by the Civil Service Commission, correct, Valeria?
Yes, Betsy, it was at their last regular meeting.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Valeria, our best from Commissioner, from all commissioners, myself, to HR for your continued work. We just have some amazing, it just seems like I'm thanking everybody, but it's not like that. I mean, it's very heartfelt what's happening behind the scenes. So thank you. And HR keeps going, a lot of challenges, a lot of things that have to happen as if you were, there as it was before. So just on our behalf to your team and Melissa and everyone else, thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Item number 15, Public Works. Receive a presentation from the Public Works Department Infrastructure Division on the 2020 proposed County Stormwater Mitigation Program. Further authorize the Public Works Department to use stormwater funds to fund the proposed stormwater projects as presented. Funding is available in General Fund, Road and Bridge Flood, CNT, Stormwater Improvements.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Bernie Hernandez with the Public Works Department. Today we're presenting you the stormwater mitigation program for the proposed FY 2020 projects. As you can see, basically we do have 54 major flooding areas that are isolated or were shown in our master plan from the 2010 Stormwater Master Plan. And so as part of our initiative is to go ahead and start constructing some of these projects so we can go ahead and mitigate some of these stormwater areas. As you can see, the criteria that we use for the selection is similar to what we had from last year, is to take the projects from the prioritized master stormwater plan, the projects that were required repetitive responses from the infrastructure department, and projects that have less environmental impacts, which means having to purchase property or right of way, and projects with access to county-owned property, and as well projects that have financial impact to the county. Next slide, please. The 6 projects that we have selected for the fiscal year 2020 is the Fabens Dam repairs, the Upsala Road low water crossing, the D'Alva low water crossing, Chicken Farm channel, the O.T. Smith water crossing, and the Tornillo Handle channel improvement number 1. Basically, these 6 items are part of our master plan. The top 4 are in the phase 1 category of our master plan, and the last 2 are in the phase 2 category. The selection of these were kind of twofold, to be able to have to maximize the amount of money that we're using, and in order to maximize the amount of projects that can be done, and also not make sure that we concentrate all in one area, but actually spread it out throughout the entire county. The next slide, please. As you can see, the first one is our Fabens Dam project. This project is an existing project that we do have. The dam was inspected about 5 years ago by a TCQ, and it was found that in order to comply with the new standards, we would have to make this this dam a little bit taller and a little bit deeper along the retention areas. So this project will basically entail that project. We'll go out and solicit a consultant to perform the analysis, obtain the permits from TCQ and coordinate all the requirements with them, prepare the design bid documents, bid out the project, obtain a contractor to fulfill the construction, and then file for TCQ with acceptance. The next project that we have is the Uppsala Road low water crossing. This one is not specifically called out in our master plan. This project is a subcomponent of our Sparks Arroyo. As you remember, when it was presented to the court, the correction to the Sparks Arroyo was a very, very large project that required a lot of money and a lot of engineering based on the Army Corps of Engineers study that was performed. In order to break this project up into manageable bite-sized projects, if you will, we've selected the first project, which is the Uppsala low water crossing. This area is an existing low water crossing that every time it rains, it gets inundated with the debris and muck and silt that runs off the arroyo and deposited into our roadway. On the backside of our roadway, though, we do have a 10-foot drop-off, which always creates a nuisance for us because as the water is running down the arroyo, it starts undermining our roadway, and so we're out there having to repair this area almost on a every time it rains. We're out there always maintaining this area. So the intent of this project is to fortify the low water crossing, improve the side slopes to preventing any future erosion, and then also put an alert system that every time it does rain, it'll have a sensor to indicate to the public that this water is being inundated and has the potential of being a hazard going forward. The next project that we've identified is the Dialba low water crossing. This one is in the Westway area. The same situation occurs on this one. Just because of the proximity to the mountain, we do get a lot of silt and a lot of road runoff coming off of the mountains, and so every time it rains, we're always out there having to maintain, remove the rock and debris off the road. So the intent of this project is to go in there and improve the low water crossing into a bridge structure or a culvert structure and improve the channel that corresponds to it. The next project that we're identified is the Chicken Farm Channel project. This one is located on the border of the county and Benton right-of-way. This area does have a lot of major flooding, and a lot of residents are affected because a lot of the abutting property is all residential housing that has started to eat away based on the flows that are coming down the mountain. This one has a potential for a lot of damage to neighboring properties. And so we felt that this one was a very good chance to go in there and treat this area as well. The next one that we do have is the O.T. Smith water crossing project. This one is kind of a new project to the county. Before, O.T. Smith was it used to belong to the to TxDOT as part of the on-system roadway network. However, when MF Aguilera was constructed, or excuse me, Aguilera International Highway was constructed, this portion of O.T. Smith was diverted back to the county. And so we inherited this low water crossing. Based on our analysis, it is determined that the culvert that crosses underneath is undersized. And so every time it rains, there's a overtopping of the existing channel that flows down O.T. Smith. And so by improving the crossing there, we'd be able to avoid having a future runoffs going down into the neighborhood areas. And the last project that we have identified is the Tornillo Handle Channel 1 project. Basically, this is to fortify an existing berm that was constructed adjacent to the subdivision. And so we would go in there and basically fortify the slope and be able to create a new channel to relay into the existing retention pond. Next slide, please, Miguel. Based on I guess on the information we provided, this is a breakdown of what we have for our fiscal year 20 project mitigation projects. We have identified the 6 projects that we would like to proceed on. This is the project milestones that we have identified. Basically, we're looking for a solicitation of a design firm, the design phase, permitting phase, solicitation of a contractor, the construction phase, and the closeout of the project. We're estimating all 6 projects have a budgetary cost of $3.6 million. That relates to $3.1 million worth of construction money and $500,000 worth of design money. The next slide, please. As you can see, this is basically the projects that we've done, that we've identified in the last 2 years. We've compiled the 2019 and the 2020 data, so you can see where our efforts have been focused. And it's not specifically isolated to one portion of the county. It's all related throughout the entire area. Based on the projects, if they are selected, we'll have 3 projects that will be handled by our Canotillo warehouse that'll have the continuing progress maintenance. As far as for the remaining 6 projects, we'll have 2 in the Horizon area and 4 in our Fabens warehouse. So this will be handled by our road and bridge infrastructure maintenance warehouse. And next slide, please. So today we present this presentation to seek the court's favorable consideration of the proposed list and to allow the department to proceed with the program of all 6 new projects. If you have any questions.
Commissioners, any questions from your precincts as based on these projects?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead, Mr. Robinson.
It's good to see that we are identifying those projects that are critical to our needs as far as our infrastructure is concerned. Infrastructure is very, very important. It should be to all of us, particularly in light of this is the monsoon season, and we see what effects of the damage that occurs when we don't have the infrastructure in place. So I'm very supportive of that. There are more that we need, but from my perspective, I see it as a good start.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge?
Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
I just had a question about the updated stormwater master plan. Is there a timetable for as to when that's going to be brought forth to the court?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. It is my understanding that our consultant is preparing that up, and I believe they were preparing to provide an update at the next month's presentation, which is August, I believe. I know they were trying to finalize some of the numbers, and so basically because we had those that call for projects, so we went ahead and paused a little bit to be able to get those call for projects out for the grants. And now it's back on track, and I believe it's supposed to be scheduled for, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's the second week of in August that's going to be presented.
Thank you.
Thank you for
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Excellent
Thank you, Bernie.
presentation, Frank. Excellent. Thank you. Go ahead, Betsy.
Item number,
Go ahead, Cesar.
number
Item
sev-
17, please.
item number
Yes, thank you.
17 from Budget and Finance. Approve amendment number 41 to the County of El Paso's 2019-2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $1,425,000, thus increasing the overall budget of $516,277,150.14 to $517,702,150.14.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The backup for this week's amendment was included with your weekly highlight. There are no COVID-19 related portions in this week's amendment. If there are no questions, would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Wally. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge,
Thank
Commissioners,
you, Wally.
just so you're aware, we will be having a adjustment on the next budget item on August 10th, which will involve some capital funding that we plan to move and start working on over the next couple of weeks, because we have an air conditioner, an HVAC unit that has failed or is failing at the downtown detention facility that we're going to need to move to replace immediately. So just want to make you aware in advance that we will be working on that, but it'll be up for allocation on your August 10th agenda.
Thank you.
Betsy, but that won't delay something that we need to address quickly, or, you know,
We're
how
going
would
to
that work?
begin
I mean, you've got
addressing it immediately,
something.
sir.
Pardon me? Say that again?
We're going to start addressing it immediately. We have to start addressing it immediately.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Wally. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you. Likewise.
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 18A through 18E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 and 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food, and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food, and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
We're on. Go ahead.
Okay. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 19, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt El Paso County Commissioners Court order mandating compliance with local health authority orders pursuant to Texas Health and Safety Code Section 121.003.
No action on this item?
Item number 19, no action. And Judge, this completes all the items on today's agenda.
Okay, well, thank you, all of you. Meeting adjourned, and wish everybody a great week, very productive, and look forward to August the 2nd for all of our activities and everything that we could do for our community so that they can feel and understand the importance of this first anniversary. Thank you all, and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioners. Thanks, staff.
This concludes
Have a good
today's
week.
meeting at 4:04 p.m.